So as Ms. Janice just said, my name's David Morris. I'm a physics and astronomy professor here at UVI. Some of you, anybody ever been up to the Edelman Observatory? Raise your hand. Oh, I'm so disappointed. Now, there's an excuse for that because we had a pandemic and you guys probably haven't been able to come up and visit us. But I also am the director of UVI's Edelman Observatory, which is up on top of Crown Mountain. And we try to hold open houses about once or twice a semester. Invite folks like yourselves come up and learn a little bit about the kinds of things that you're going to hear about today, the sort of science that we do at UVI in collaboration with NASA, in collaboration with all the departments that UVI mathematics. I hope you guys will come up and visit us at our next open house. But what we're here today to talk about is opportunities for you guys to get involved in NASA. Okay? Who doesn't want to work for NASA? NASA's awesome. So you're going to hear today from some of our NASA colleagues about internship opportunities, career pathways, all sorts of great opportunities that are open to you guys. I want to let you know too that we send here at UVI every summer, we send students just like you guys who end up coming to UVI. We send you guys up to NASA for summer internships. And some of the students that we've sent to summer internships have gone on to careers at NASA. We have a student that came through UVI right now working at NASA Kennedy Space Flight Center. So these things that you're going to hear about today are not just things that these guys came down and they're going to tell you about. These are things that happen, right? These have happened to students just like you, came to UVI, followed this pathway, and are now working in careers for NASA, for other engineering and science firms. Okay, so please pay attention today. Listen to all the great opportunities that are open to you. If you have any questions about how you can follow in these pathways, feel free to reach out to me. I'll give you my email, my contact number here at UVI. Reach out to myself, reach out to Ms. Chanes. We'd all love to talk to you more about how you can get involved in any of these programs you're going to hear about today. And we'd love to help facilitate that here at UVI. So thank you guys all for coming today. Really look forward to talking with you and enjoy the day. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kanisha Salif, an 8th grade student, and I'm your future astrophysicist.
Hi, I'm Kaylee Charles, an 8th grade student, and I'm your future physicist.
We are the UVI Water Ambassadors from Adelita Cartwright Junior High School.
The USVI.
Hi, I'm Kanisha Salif, an 8th grade student, and I'm your future astrophysicist.
Virgin Islands, officially the Virgin Islands of the United States, are a group of Caribbean islands and an
Hi,
unincorporated.
I'm Kaylee Charles, an 8th grade student, and I'm your future physicist.
We are the UVI Water Ambassadors from Adelita Cartwright Junior High School.
Many know the USVI as a beautiful place in the Eastern Caribbean, but let's share a little bit about our history.
The United States Virgin Islands, officially the Virgin Islands of the United States, are a group of Caribbean islands and an unincorporated and organized territory of the United States. The islands are geographically part of the Virgin Islands archipelago and are located in the Leeward Islands of the Lesser Antilles to the east of Puerto Rico and west of the British Virgin Islands. The U.S. Virgin Islands consist of the main islands of St. Croix, St. John, and St. Thomas, and 50 other surrounding minor islands and cays. The total land area of the territory is 133.73 square miles. The territory's capital is Charlotte Amalie on the island of St. Thomas, previously known as the Danish West Indies of the Kingdom of Denmark, Norway, from 1754 to 1814, and the Independent Kingdom of Denmark from 1814 to 1917. They were sold to the United States by Denmark for $2,500,000 in the 1917 Treaty of the Danish West Indies, and have since been an organized, unincorporated United States territory. The U.S. Virgin Islands are organized under the 1954 Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands, and have since held 5 constitutional conventions. You can see the islands of St. Thomas and St. John. We are famous for our beautiful beaches, clear blue skies, and festivals that bring millions to our beautiful island.
In the USVI, there's constant study and research of extreme weather and drought.
Details of a dire situation in the territory when it comes to the continuous agriculture is alerting both the farming community and the U.S. drought monitors have listed the territory as severe and
Researchers at local and federal agencies such as the VA Department of Planning, Natural Resources, and Water and Power Authority, along with the VA Territorial Emergency (MDT) Agency by TEMA, and the U.S. Drought Monitors, along with our federal partners at USDA, USGS, Environmental Protection Agency, and National Weather Service, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency, among others, who work day and night to research and study climate and the impact of climate change so that we can protect our community. You may not know, but many in the USVI actually collect rainwater for home use, as many do not have piped-in city water, much like they do in other areas across the world. Researchers actually study data from the USVI to study climate, and no, you can't see it because we have had rain, but in January, February, and March, you can see harsh distress of vegetation, erosion, and compare these images to others taken over longer periods to determine what the impacts of droughts are in the USVI and the region. USDA and the Farm Service Agency work hard to aid farmers in the territory when severe droughts impacts the islands. Right now, we are facing drought conditions, and it appears, based on research here, the territory is heading into an earlier drought. The video of the ponds shows them filled, which is a blessing in our community, but these ponds have not been filled since 2015, and just as recent as December were nearly empty.
Remember, you can do your part to address climate change, conserve water, don't waste food, plan ahead for natural disasters, and learn about science and STEM from every inch of your community, including school, when visiting and going out in your community and become an ambassador to protect our community.
To our fellow future scientists watching today from all across the globe, we hope you enjoyed the presentation presented to you by the students from across the USVI and the nation as we learn more from NASA scientists about how we as students can join the ranks for NASA as we begin our journey to the USVI and other universities and study STEM to make the world a better, safer place for all of us.
We are the UVI Water Ambassadors.
And now, on to the NASA presentation. Thank you.
The presentation you are about to view is our engineering project for our E4USA course. What we have learned through this process is that engineers find solutions to problems, learn from failure, make adaptations, and learn more. I'm happy to hear that UVI supports students learning to be engineers and can be a pathway to NASA. Enjoy our presentation about a product we designed for a real-world problem.
All right, so my name is Melena Deloma.
I'm Archana.
And this is our recycling bins project proposal for Island Green Living. So,
first thing was just addressing the problem, and then it was showing our prior attempts and reflections on earlier designs, design requirements in the course for the obligated field, and design descriptions and images of the design shows.
okay, so the bins currently aren't effectively collecting recyclable material. So the issue with this is that it contributes further to litter. It takes too long for the workers at Island Green Living to collect the trash, and also it's just a poor utilization of space within the metal crates.
So basically, just the requirements of trying to maximize the space inside the box, making it easy and fast to remove, and doesn't contribute to litter outside of the box.
So this is what they look like. Yeah, I mean, this is like emptied out, and as you can see, there's like probably like a third of the space not being used, only from top to bottom, and up to down even more. Yeah. And that's what it looks like.
Most of the time.
Yeah.
Every day.
Yep. So as you can see, the current design in place, there would be circular plastic bins, and it would overflow all the time. It's messy, and one thing, you have to use plastic bags for it, which we thought wasn't like necessary
Yeah.
in our design.
recycling plant. So our prior design was a chicken metal like wire pouch with like hooks that could just be unattached, but it could kind of rust pretty quickly, and it was a little unstructured and kind of pricey as well. The second one we went with was like a fishnet with middle rings, basically like a pouch similar to the one before, but the hooks would be still bolt removed, and yeah.
And so the design that we chose to build upon like further was the one with the fishing net. And so we were gonna use for our like final design, we're gonna use like a circular ring with fishnet, and yeah, so like for the circular ring, we use that so it can give some structure, so it's not just a fishing net sack, and it's easy to like grab onto that and pull it in and out. And the fish netting is important because it doesn't weather as easily, it doesn't rust. You can clean it, like hose it down with water. It's strong, stretchy, and it has small holes, so not only do you have drainage, but also like small pieces of plastic won't be able to seep through the netting. Oh, you can read it.
Smaller contraption. Well, we wanted to change up the contraption and getting it out just so it's faster, and the only way we could think about doing that wouldn't add to the weight of actual taking it out, but it would add to the weight of the crate. Like we want to put in this like what's called
a wooden frame.
Yeah, like a frame inside, just so you can just
instead of the hooks.
On, you know?
Yeah. And the weight of the whole thing would just be 10 pounds, like with the ring and
So the design requirements was just easy to move, easy to put back. Shouldn't take more than 5 minutes because we have to do a bunch of things today. Fit within a metal box that's a certain amount of like diameters, and then hold up to 60 pounds, and not more because they can only carry so much.
Yeah, we don't want them to hurt themselves. Okay, so this is our like official design description. So we have the heavy duty fishing net sack. We have the opening attached to metal hoop that is attached with zip ties, and all you really do is just lift the pouch, pull it out, empty it out, and put it back in. And the total for each bin is $96, and for the entire project for all the bins on the island would be $1,500.
Sorry, can you go back just one second?
Of course.
I was taking a little bit.
Not bad.
No, you're fine.
Candid shot. Nice to see you.
Wow.
Still can. Yeah, definitely can do it.
Okay.
Press it twice when you go. Yeah, press it again. Press it again. Yeah. I got one.
Okay. Yeah, this is essentially just a wooden frame. This would go inside the box, like it's shown in there. It's kind of hard to see it above the lines though. The net would just slip on to the top of this and just rest on top. And then maybe you get it out and just pull it out.
So the wooden frame is just short enough that you can
Slip it in.
slide that in between the top of the framework and. Okay.
I think it's like 4 inches less.
Okay.
This is.
Do it again.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sliding it.
this, yeah.
Alright, that's the metal hoop, and that's the netting we looked at, and we have a price point on that per 20 feet, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like 10 by 6.
Yeah, 10 by 6.
And
That's the last one.
You guys are doing here and really neat to see. My name's Ashley Nelson. We are responsible for the build, launch, and recovery for NASA's Artemis missions. So if you've heard of Artemis, that's NASA's return to the moon. So there are STEM related careers, a lot of STEM careers. But like myself, there's also non-STEM careers. So I work in communications. I'm here to share our first speaker. His name's Dr. Samuel Garcia. He's a program coordinator in NASA's Office of STEM Engagement. He's a part of the STEM engagement and recruitment team, which is designed to engage both educators and students in NASA's unique opportunities and programs. So prior to this position, Dr. Garcia worked as an education specialist at both Kennedy Space Center and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California. He has served as a secondary school educator in Rio Grande Valley in Texas for 7 years, and he earned both his bachelor's and master's degrees from the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley, and holds a doctorate degree in school improvement from Texas State University. So we're really excited to hear what he has to share with you guys. I'm going to pass it to Dr. Garcia.
How's everybody doing? You guys tired? Going to Disney, thank you, sir. You know, that's part of the job. I never thought that I would have this opportunity to do that. And so I was the first one from my family to go to university. It was new to me. You know, nobody ever had a college degree in my family. So maybe some of you are the trailblazers in your own family. And it's possible. It's possible if you work hard enough, surround yourself with good people, and lean on mentors to get you through. And so I want to wake you all up, you know, because you are going to be subjected to a lot of us talking, but let's go ahead and dive deeply into some of the content. And so very quickly, just a few questions. Hopefully you know the answers to these questions. Does anybody know what the furthest planet of the sun is? If you do, raise your hand. There might be a little reward for you. Furthest planet from the sun? Okay, close. Pluto's a dwarf planet, so it's not categorized, but you're on the right track. Anybody else? No? Starts with an N. Neptune. Okay. Here you go, sir. You're welcome. Okay. Let's go to the next one. Which planet is known as a red planet in our solar system? Mars. Very good, young lady. Here you go. Here you go. Okay. And last one. And we got some robotic explorers on the red planet right now, which is really cool. And then what is the name of the missions that will take humans back to the moon? Anybody know that? It starts with the letter A. Artemis, yes. Oh, close. Don't worry, everybody's going to get some things at the end. So there you go. So Artemis is humanity's return to the moon. And so NASA is an acronym, right? It's the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. And so we have all this vision. We have this vision of exploring our the secrets of the universe and benefits for all, right? And so at NASA, anybody seen this image before? No? Okay. It's one of the most breathtaking images ever taken by a telescope. This is the James Webb Space Telescope. We took it last year during the summer, and it blew. We had a Hubble Space Telescope that was capturing, this history of our universe. And so this one just, magnified, and you see these beautiful stars, things that were these are much more clearer than they were ever before, right? So right now we're living in a golden age of science, of exploration, because we have technology that helps us see billions of years into the past. So what you're seeing here is the very beginnings of our universe. And that's what we do at NASA. You can become part of teams that, send humans to the moon, that, send over 135 space missions to help build the International Space Station. We have robotic explorers, like I mentioned, on Mars. And then, of course, we're experimenting with aircraft, supersonic aircraft and electronic green technology powered aircraft as well. And so how do we do this? Well, we need young minds. We need engineers. We need thinkers. We need creators, innovators to help us achieve these goals. So I know that I'm pretty sure you've heard STEM, right? STEM, 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 STEM. And there's a reason for that, right? Because STEM, if you want a career, if you want a job, let me tell you, there's going to be tons of opportunity for you if you have a STEM degree, right? And so it teaches you how to work in teams. It teaches creativity. It helps you prepare and really maximize your abilities as a human being, as a person, right? And so later on, you're going to hear from my colleagues at NASA, and they're the ones that are they're building and working on these missions that are define and changing the way we do science and engineering. Okay, so NASA has a huge investment. That's why we're here. We are here to let you know that we need you. We are not able to do the things that we do without young minds, the talent. So let me tell you, even though you might not be STEM inclined, there are career opportunities for you at NASA. They really are, right? But you got to work hard. You got to work hard. We all have challenges, and that's fine. But if you desire work hard enough, there's this wonderful university that is right here on your island. They connect with NASA. They give you internships. They give you job opportunities. But you got to be hungry for it. You got to really be hungry, right? And so NASA is providing these opportunities, and we are challenged, right? We are challenged to go out there and change the world and change our community, because I'm pretty sure you love this island. It's beautiful. It takes my breath away. So I can just imagine if we get, a group, a handful of individuals that come back, implement programs and connect with the community. I mean, you can make a huge difference here. Trust me, right? And so the big picture is that we need you. We need your talents. We need your abilities. We need your creativity, your innovation, your desire, right? Your fire. Because I'm pretty sure, like me, I wanted to get a college degree. I knew that was for me. That was the only way I was going to get out, from the life I knew, right? And so we have these wonderful programs at NASA. We want to engage students in what we do, right? We have a vision where we do, for example, we create unique opportunities for you to get involved. We have diverse opportunities for you, challenges. We want to give you really authentic experiences like we're doing now. It takes a lot of time, effort, money to come out here, right? And so we are invested in making sure that, all our, our states, our territories, the people that are living there are aware of what we're doing and what's out there for you. And lastly, we want to attract diverse learners, right? We want your creative talents. We want the abilities, because everybody's different. Everybody thinks differently, sees the world differently, and that adds a lot of value to what we do. Okay, so how do you get connected with us? We have this wonderful, wonderful website where you can, your teachers can help you get there, but you can go and see for yourself what what you're interested in. What grade level am I speaking to this morning? Perfect. Okay. You all are in prime position to take control of your destiny. Let me tell you that. You are in a prime position right now to decide which path you want to take. And so if you go to here, to these websites and you click through, for example, you can sign up to receive weekly emails, right? I'm pretty sure you all have school emails. You can sign up to receive contests, challenges, opportunities, videos, things that help you grow and prepare and train you. So if you're a middle school student, we got many activities that you can do at home. You can do your brothers, sisters, friends, aunts, uncles, parents, grandparents. I mean, there's so many resources available for you all. If you are a high school student, right? My high school students in here, you can start applying for a NASA internship at the age of 16, right? And so by being 16 years old, you can already start saying, you know what, I'm going to get this internship. Perhaps you might not work at NASA, decide in the future, but having that on the resume can greatly help you get a job anywhere, right? And so we have other career resources online. You hear from engineers, from other professionals, and explore other types of professions that you might be interested or not aware about. Okay, college student. For my educators here, I'm finishing up here. So for my educators, we also have this wonderful page where you can access educator resources and things that you can integrate into your classroom with your students. Okay, and so very quickly, these are some of the job opportunities, some STEM, not STEM, social media, spaces designer, swimmers. Any swimmers in the house? Swimmers, anybody like scuba diving, that sort of thing? Well, astronauts need people to help them train underwater. That's the only way they can prepare for space. So we need divers, we need swimmers. Photographers, artists, from artists in the room. And so you are the Artemis generation. And so Mae Jemison, she was the first African-American female in space. She said, never be limited by other people's limited imaginations, right? So she was a true trailblazer. And so I'll go ahead and stop here just because of time. A minute? Okay, so I'll just go back to this. If you always learn and remain curious, keep an open mind, do your best, and reach for the stars, who knows what you will discover, where you will go, who you will help, and how you will change the world, right? And so, we are, like I mentioned, Artemis is here to stay, and there are so many great opportunities for you all to get involved, okay? Like in the videos that we just saw, that's fabulous work. You are building the foundation for the future here. And so we greatly appreciate you taking the time, the teachers in the room. We tip our hats to you all for doing a wonderful job preparing these young people for the future, right? And so with that, we conclude. And so, okay, so just, I'll be around the room if you want to have a conversation. If there's time later on, you can ask us a couple of questions. I'd be more than happy to answer those questions. But thank you very much for your attention, and we look forward to seeing you at NASA in the future.
just like you, who come to UVI have opportunities to do NASA internships and to go on to future careers at NASA centers. We've sent some of your friends and neighbors to opportunities just like you're going to hear about today. So before I say anything further, I need to extend an incredible thank you to our NASA colleagues who you're going to be hearing from in the room today, you'll be seeing in our video presentations. We've been doing this now, this program that you're a part of today, this is the 6th year that we've done this. In fact, it's the 7th year that we've done this. And for the last 2 years, it's all been remote. You guys might have participated in this last year online, but this is the first time since the pandemic struck us in 2020 that we've been back in person, and our NASA colleagues have come down in person to share with you the opportunities face to face. So we couldn't be happier and more excited to have all of our friends and colleagues from NASA here in person to talk to you all today. I hope you'll all take advantage of that opportunity to talk with them and learn more about the opportunities that you can get involved with. So without further ado, I want to turn the mic over to our colleagues so that they can tell you about all these fantastic opportunities that are open to you. And please, 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 if you have any questions, we're here. Janice, myself, we'd love to talk to you more about how you can follow your dreams of becoming a NASA employee, a NASA intern, or following your STEM dreams through NASA and hopefully through participation in some of these programs here at UVI. So thank you all very much again, and I hope you enjoy the presentations that we have for you today. Thank you.
Good morning and thank you. Without further ado, I would like to invite our university president, Dr. David Hall, to give a few remarks. And I want to have you make note, Dr. Hall always makes a point of coming to see our students. So can you please give him a nice UVI Virgin Islands welcome? Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning to all of you who are gathered here and those who are across the globe online. It is truly an honor to be able to welcome you to this event and to share a few words about the University of the Virgin Islands. Before beginning my written remarks, I want to say that I have been president of the University of the Virgin Islands for 14 years. This is my 14th year. And one of the things that I indicated in my first year was that part of my vision as a university president was to give the university a license to dream again. And this event and what you will hear in a moment that has occurred at the University of the Virgin Islands is an example of individuals dreaming about what they could do and what could be different and what are the possibilities. And I hope that same spirit dwells with those of you who are here and those online, especially our students, because it is only through dreaming, it is only through believing that you have the skills and talent to do something great that you will be able to do it. You must believe in yourselves and pursue your dreams regardless of circumstances, regardless of what others may have to say. So I want to thank, as others have done, NASA for coming to the USVI and being able to support this effort and to share all of the various possibilities that exist. I have often said that federal agencies, NASA included, is the instrument or entity that creates the margin of excellence and the margin of difference at universities around this country, and especially at HBCUs. So their presence, their support of this program, their support of other programs that exist here that I will mention in a moment is an example of that margin of excellence. As a special surprise for those of us today, as well as those watching online, it is my pleasure to welcome two former students of the USVI. Simone Fullwood from Kennedy Space Center, as well as Dr. Rudolph King of Langley Research Center. Dr. Fullwood, or Ms. Fullwood, was once a student at the Cancrine School, and Dr. King is a graduate of Ivana Adora Kin High School. So thank you both for coming home to share some of your experience with this new generation of students. And we are just always excited when individuals leave the Virgin Islands and go off and pursue careers and are able to come back and to share their wonderful experiences. We are also excited when individuals stay in the Virgin Islands at the University of the Virgin Islands and pursue their dreams as well. I also want to thank the VI Montessori School and International Academy, which held this first event back in 2015. And since that time, under the direction of David Morris, who you just heard from, and with the outreach coordination of Christina Chans, this event has grown tremendously. One might not even recognize it compared to what occurred in 2015. I want to welcome you and offer a special thanks to the USVI E4 USA student team and Dr. Pine, along with the E4 USA student teams from the states who will be presenting to you today. What started in 2015 as the physics degree approved by the Board of Trustees of this university in 2017 has now expanded to include the newly minted physics and pre-engineering degree, which we began this year. This also comes after our long sought after dual degree program in math and engineering. UVI has long sought to contribute to the development of the diverse future workforce in science and in engineering that will support the goals that NASA has for this nation and the world, and will support innovation and cutting-edge development. UVI's long-standing applied math and engineering dual degree program was joined in 2017 by the university's Bachelor's in Physics degree with a concentration in astronomy. This evolution, this development, this growth in the science and engineering options at UVI to this past year with the addition of the new engineering concentration in the physics BS degree, UVI is committed to providing a variety of pathways for science and engineering students that can train for them to lead various STEM futures. The physics program, which I've mentioned a few times, has been highly successful. Since 2019, more than 14 students have graduated from the program. Starting with the first class of graduates from the UVI physics program in 2019, UVI has now awarded 14 BS in physics degrees in just 4 years. 3 of those graduates are now in PhD programs, and 6 are either employed or working on their master's degrees. 3 of these students have gone on to PhD programs and will have graduated and gone on to do great things. As you can see, STEM and our dedication to STEM pathways leading to jobs at local and federal agencies such as NASA is what this event is all about. I want to thank all of you for joining us live and online. I also want to remind those students who are in the room that this is your university. This is the place that was created so that you could receive an outstanding education right in the Virgin Islands. And we hope that you will see from today that UVI has so much to offer you in your future dreams. Excuse me. I want to say to those students who are listening online that this is a very unique institution for you to consider as you, excuse me, pursue your dreams. It is an inclusive institution that believes deeply in having students be individuals and not just a number. We are a very small university, and that means that you will get the support, nurturing, and inspiration that you need to succeed. And in addition, especially to those students who live in cold climates, it is the only school you can come to that not only has low tuition, but also has a beach and sunshine to offer you all the time. I finally want to close by, I apologize, my voice is a little hoarse today. I want to close though by highlighting someone who has really been the heart and soul of the growth that I have just talked about at the UVI, and that is Dr. David Morris, who is here. There are times when institutions and individuals have to make decisions about their future. Quite a number of years ago, our physics faculty made an offer to Dr. Morris to join this university. They were very excited about him coming. In the interim, between them sending a contract to him and him signing the contract, the government of the Virgin Islands, who was facing enormous financial challenges and decisions at the time, decided that all government employees had to take an 8% budget reduction. It wasn't punitive. It wasn't done lightly. It was because tourism had dropped, the recession was now in full bloom, and they were struggling to figure out a way to balance the budget. None of us were pleased, especially those of us who had been working hard already at the institution. But the physics program gave me the privilege of calling up Dr. Morris and indicating to him that what we promised him was not what we could deliver. And I was so struck that he still decided to come to this institution. Some, after getting this bad news, decided not to be a part of this university, understandably. 8% less than what has been promised to you is not an easy thing to swallow. I share that story, and it's somewhat personal, and I apologize if David doesn't feel comfortable with me putting him on the spot in this way. But I share it because it is an example of his dedication to this university, this program, and this vision that is manifesting itself today. He had other choices, he had other options, and as I indicated, it would not have been unusual for him to say, I'm sorry, I just can't do that for what you're offering. But I am delighted that he made that hard choice, because I have seen the growth that has occurred in physics and astronomy and all of the other areas since he has arrived. I share that story also to say to you that there will be times when you are pursuing your dream, and I hope for many of you it is a dream of being a STEM educator and leader, that you will have some hard choices to make, that there will be some things that get in the way of you doing what you feel you should do. But in those moments, Know that challenges come not to deter us from our dreams, but to test how much we really want that dream, and to test whether we are willing to make an outstanding contribution to life. STEM is a way of doing that, because so much of the changes that occur in life, in science, in the things that you use every day are a product of what individuals do in this field. The exploration that NASA has been able to spearhead in this nation and in the world has made all of our lives better. And we want you to make those hard decisions and never give up on your dreams, so that you can be the David Morris of the future, all of the other individuals I mentioned of the future, and make this world a better place. Thanks to all of you for being here, and I know that this event will be inspiring and something that hopefully will be life-changing. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Daryl Pines, and I am the president of the University of Maryland. I am also a professor of aerospace engineering. I have the pleasure of serving as the principal investigator and co-director of the Engineering for Us All project, or as we like to call it, E4USA. The E4USA program seeks to demystify and democratize engineering for all of us. The overarching goal is to introduce a broad spectrum of students and their teachers to engineering careers through a high school level introductory engineering course. E4USA is so very proud to be represented so strongly today in this wonderful gathering of scientists and engineers. Many thanks to our colleagues at the University of the Virgin Islands for this opportunity. We hope that more high schools around the United States will visit our website, e4usa.org, to learn more and to consider joining us in the future. I hope you all have an amazing, amazing day. Thanks to our friends at NASA. And go Terps!
Hello, I'm NASA astronaut Victor Glover, coming to you from the Johnson Space Center. I want to thank Dr. David Hall and the University of Virgin Islands faculty, staff, and students for inviting me to share a few words and for working with my NASA colleagues to plan and organize this week-long event, returning to the U.S. Virgin Islands for those in person and for those that we are connecting with virtually. Here at NASA, we continue to advance the research and technology to return humans to the moon. We are still pushing forward with plans to send the first woman and the next man to the moon under NASA's Artemis program. No human has set foot on the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972. So the possibility of landing on the moon is incredible. Artemis 1, the first integrated flight test of NASA's deep space exploration systems, which include the Orion spacecraft, the Space Launch System rocket, and the exploration ground systems there at Kennedy Space Center in Florida, launched on November 16th of last year and traveled a total of 1.3 million miles to the moon and back. After a 25-day mission, the Orion capsule successfully splashed down on December 11th in the Pacific Ocean. It is now back at the Kennedy Space Center, where it's being tested and studied. It's getting ready for the next mission, Artemis 2, which will take our astronauts to the moon and back, and it will be here before we know it. Growing up, I was inspired by a space shuttle launch to dream of one day leaving the Earth. What a thought. And prior to joining NASA, I had the honor of serving as a U.S. naval officer and aviator, where I committed to a life of learning and servant leadership, and also fed my passion for aerospace, test and evaluation, and exploration. And now, as a NASA astronaut, my hopes are to inspire the next generation of leaders and explorers, to educate and advocate for human space exploration, and to elevate and highlight the teaching profession and its importance to a peaceful and civil society. As you learn more about NASA and all that we do, I challenge you to put yourself in our space shoes. Pretend that you're a NASA astronaut aboard the space station right now. Trust me, it helps. Before signing off, I want to give a shout out to the teachers, faculty, students, and staff, and all those nationally and internationally who are joining us from as far away as Hawaii, Tennessee, the Caribbean, South Africa, India, and Scotland. Thank you all for inspiring the future. And finally, to the student presenters from Cancrene Junior High School, All Saints School, Gift Hall, and Brentwood High School, thank you for sharing your vision in science with us. You brighten our future.
Morning. Morning to many of you who are here, and for those of you online. Thank you so much for this privilege that I have to come and speak to you this morning about the STEM program. My name is Ken Fullwood. I work for NASA at Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and I am so excited to be here in my second home. I've been coming here for over the last 20 years with my wife, Simeon, so I feel like I'm at home every time I come here. So as I said before, I work for NASA at Kennedy Space Center. I work on the Artemis program, and I've been working in this industry now for over 25 years. So that's a very long time. But what got me started in such a career like this, when I was your age, I like to take things apart. But for you guys, it's probably a little different. Now you probably like to write code, do apps or things of that nature, read books about different scientific things of that nature. But for me, it was taking radios apart and trying to put things back together to see if it worked. It never worked when I put it back together. But it did get me inspired to try to do something that was creative and to go into the engineering field of designing automobiles that I wanted to do. But unfortunately, I didn't get the opportunity to go into designing automobiles. So I do have a couple of charts here that talks about a little bit about my career. So like I said, 25 years. So what have I done? Well, I went to the University of Alabama A&M. It's a heritage black university in Huntsville, Alabama. And I got a degree in mechanical engineering. And while there, like I said, I met my beautiful wife and, college sweethearts, and we've been married over 25 years now. So we had a family and things of that nature. So family is very important. That is your support system. Family, your community, and you heard a lot about that tonight, and you will as well in the future too. As you can see here on this picture up top, that's me as a little young lad. I grew up in Birmingham, Alabama, a little small city in Birmingham, Alabama. And from there, I went to an HBCU, got married, as you can see, my wife and I here in the islands. And one of the programs that I got to work on starting off was the shuttle program. I don't know if many of you remember the shuttle program. How many of you remember the space shuttle? Yeah, it's that far back, huh? So the Artemis is our new program. So let's look at some of the new programs that I've worked on. I've been a system engineer, a safety engineer, a design engineer, mechanical engineer, different varieties of engineering. But even though I'm a mechanical engineer, you can do different varieties of engineering once you get into your careers. Well, as a design engineer, one of the first things I worked on was this space station. So I got to design some of the parts for the space station. How many of you have ever heard of the space station? It orbits right now around the Earth. It's an international space station. Right now, the station, you have astronauts that go up and they stay for years on top of that. And after that, I started designing. That's me in the middle. Oh, the next slide, please. Oh, I got the clicker. The next slide here shows me holding a 3D printout of a propulsion system that I built for a rocket. And that's the rocket on the left-hand side there. So it kind of helps out the propulsion system of the second stage of a vehicle. So I had the opportunity to do that because of STEM. And then I went into manufacturing and I did a couple more other things. So that is the rocket, a Delta IV rocket that I helped design. Later on in my career, I worked for the shuttle program. I was responsible for operations and integration of the vehicle, picking it up and integrated into the tank, as you can see here on the left-hand side. Also, the yellow stuff, the GSE, ground support equipment. The space shuttle would land in California sometime and not come back to Florida. So my job was to go out to California and put the vehicle on top of this big 747 plane and get it back to Florida. And as you can see here, the other picture with the orange stuff, I was a project manager for SLS Artemis, designing equipment to help get the vehicle from Michoud, and we're going to talk about that later on. That's in New Orleans, back to Kennedy Space Center on a big boat. So we're going to talk about that as well. And I did a couple more other little things here and there that I really enjoyed in my career, working with the Air Force and working with radars and things of that nature. So dreams and dream and dream and dream big. These are dreams that you can achieve anytime in your life that you want to. You will hear a lot of that today, but take it to note that you can achieve anything that you want. And lean on your professors, lean on your community that you have to support you to get to these dreams. Last but not least, we are going to the moon, and we are NASA, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that as well. But before I go into that, I would like to introduce now my lovely wife. She's from St. Thomas, Simeon Fulwood.
Good morning, everyone. I got a sinus infection, so bear with me. I'm happy to be back in St. Thomas again. All these beautiful faces remind me of myself when I was growing up here. Give us a minute, we're gonna get this right. So let me just go ahead and start until we get the charts together. So I was raised up in St. Thomas from 3 months old, and I really do consider this as a birthplace for myself. I know nothing else but St. Thomas. I wanted to just skip elementary and discuss junior high. Junior high was very instrumental in my life. Attending Adelita Cancrine was a challenge for me, and I wanted to capture my charts based upon lessons learned and challenges that we encounter, because I have them and I'm sure you have them too. One of the main things I realized was going to school, I had a focus. Focus was so important for me, but I had so many distractions. I had friends that was doing their own thing. I had the beaches. I had basically a good life, relaxing. So my association had to change. I had to make plans for my future. I was not even thinking about anything in the future beyond today. And that was difficult for me. It was difficult for my parents. So we had to make plans and preparations for myself. I was an introvert, so existing down here was really hard for me. So my parents spoke to me about going to high school in Piney Woods, Mississippi. And so that's why I went. I went there, I was able to focus better. I was able to realign my thinking and my actions in harmony with a person that is goal-oriented, because she saw the potential in me that I did not see myself. And many of you have parents that feel that same way about you, right? They have to constantly motivate you and drive you to do things that you don't think you can possibly even do. And that's what good parents are for. So the important thing is getting to know yourself. When you're in that pivotal age in junior high and high school, you need to get to know yourself, what you want out of life. You need to never give up on you. Building confidence is so important. A key aspect of building confidence is Seeking advisors. You have counselors. We talk about the STEM program. Wise counselors give you good advice on where your future can be headed. So you have your parents. That's another wise counselor. Seek out whatever counsel you can in harmony with what you want for your future. When I think about the decisions I made, it led me to that point, getting to school in A&M. But before I went to A&M University in Alabama, I came back down to St. Thomas, and I went to this university here. When I was taking my drafting classes, I knew I wanted to be an engineer. I was taking my drafting classes, and I said, wow, there's no additional careers for me here. There's no engineering. I wanted engineering, so I realized I had to look somewhere else. That was over 27 plus years ago. But you guys have that opportunity here by looking in the sciences like physics, biology, all these different things that you can dive into to be able to explore a job at NASA. But engineering was my key, was my heart, and that's what I wanted. But for you, you have to make that determination for yourself. What is available and what you can dive into right here in St. Thomas. And do you need to change your path to something else outside of this island? Probably go St. Croix, probably go somewhere else. Whatever your decisions are, only you can make that for yourself. So the challenges I encountered when I was at the university was I needed to grow up. I still had some growing to do. And I remember my parents telling me, you know what, I worked so hard for you, and I need you to step on my shoulders. My mom was a master accountant at WAPA, and she managed their affairs. My sister got her master's degree, and she did finance and accounting, and now working up at Tampa for the governor. So I realized I'm surrounded by people of education, people that work hard, people that study, people that is focused. And I really do need to step on their shoulders. I really do need to elevate myself beyond where they are. And that's what I did. I focused on what I needed to do while I was at school. And I realized when I was speaking to my counselors about what future I wanted, some of them said, oh, no, you can't do this. You have to do this. I wanted a dual degree. They say, no, you can't do this. You got to do that. Do your research. It's important to do your own research. Just don't take no for an answer. Research is important. It's important to verify and validate whatever source of material you get. So a lesson learned when at A&M is to find the options that best fit you and accomplish it. Not just set up for a plan A, but make sure you have a plan B and C in place for your life. You know, when I was in school, I had kids. I had 2 kids going to college. So it was very hard for me. I had to readjust my circumstance. So my senior year, I did get an internship. I got an internship at Boeing. I got married to my husband, you just saw there. And this was my 4th year at the university with 2 kids and a husband and an internship. That was hard, but it could have been harder. So I had to focus some more. It took me an extra year to get my degree, but I did it. When I graduated, Boeing hired me, and I was happy to receive that employment from them. Later on, I got hired with another contractor for NASA. And so that's where I'm at now. I attained my degree, so I stayed focused on what I needed to accomplish. I did everything I needed to do. I stuck to the plan. And I advise all of you students here to do the same. Make a plan, stick to it, and do not give up on what you acquired to attain until it has been realized.
Goddess of the moon.
We are returning to the moon.
As a new generation of explorers. This time to stay.
And to prepare to achieve humanity's next giant leap of sending the first human missions to Mars.
We believe our course will redefine what is possible.
That we will discover life-saving,
earth-changing science.
And that the challenges ahead will inspire generations.
This is our manifest.
For all who wondered if we could return.
For all who dreamed of pressing beyond.
This is your calling.
We go for all of America.
We go. We go as the Artemis generation.
We go.
So good morning. My name is Rudolph King, and I'm from NASA Langley Research Center. So it's a privilege to talk to you here today. So what I want to talk to you about is my journey that took me to NASA. So this is my early years growing up in the Virgin Islands. So the picture on the upper left is, me as a little boy. And you could see my years growing up here was basically somewhat, typical, I'm sure, like most of you. During high school, I worked at a gas station out in the country. And I did that throughout high school. But during that time, at a young age, I had an interest in working on cars, actually just taking apart anything mechanical, figuring out how things work and putting them back together. There's the picture below was actually sitting in a drafting class at Educator, where I'm the one in the back, and that's with one of my buddies. So drafting also, in hindsight, was a very important class because particularly in the engineering area, it gives you the ability to basically put your ideas on paper so that others could actually see exactly what it takes to get to another level or to express yourself. So here is my final year at Educator, and this is my homeroom class. I'm the one somewhat in the middle, and I guess those of you from Educator may recognize this building. I'm not sure if this is right in front of where the administrative office was on the stairwell. So during high school, I still didn't know what I wanted to do as a career. But it wasn't until maybe mid-senior year I decided I wanted to study engineering. And I did well enough in K through 12, but I didn't really focus too much to try to excel. And so the math that I took math in 9th and 10th grade, and it wasn't until I decided to study engineering, I said, oh, I need to go and actually review my math. So I actually had to then review algebra and geometry from my freshman and junior year so that I could get ready to move on to college. So here is a commencement exercise, a program of the year I graduated, 1983. And there's me in the corner. So the next step was to move on to college. So I flew up to Norfolk, Virginia, and attended Old Dominion University, and I studied mechanical engineering. So the picture in the upper left was just a picture on campus where I just was talking to two other ME students. So, you know, while at college, I had to completely change the way I did things. I then became very focused, and basically everything just flipped at that point. I could not continue the way I operated in K through 12. So it was a change experience for me. So the key is, you know, you have a goal and you need to work toward what that goal is. So while I was at Old Dominion in my junior year, I decided that I wanted to go to grad school, and I wanted to go somewhere else at another university. But the professor standing on the podium on the left, on the lower figure, he was the only African American professor, I believe, in the School of Engineering, but definitely in mechanical engineering. And he was like a mentor, an advisor to me. And he was trying to encourage me to go to Old Dominion. So I told him I wanted to go somewhere else. So he said, okay, let's take a ride with me to NASA, which was only about 20 miles from Old Dominion. So I took a ride with him to NASA one day. And right at that time, I was actually offered a job on the spot in my junior year. So I actually took the opportunity. So I guess one of the key takeaways is that when you're offered opportunities, at least give it a chance and see what comes out of it. So that's really how I ended up going to NASA. So upon graduation, I went to NASA Langley Research Center. Most of what you're going to hear about today is on the space side of the space exploration side of NASA. I actually work in the aeronautics side of NASA. So, and you know, the aero side, that's the second A in NASA. So when I first went to NASA Langley, this was actually the hangar, and this is where we have a lot of the research aircraft, and this was taken in the 90s. Most of these planes are no longer at Langley, they're at another NASA center at Armstrong. So, you know, how do planes fly? It's basically the interaction with the airflow over the wings, and that really generates what we call a lift force to actually be able to lift the, take the plane up into the air. So if you have level flight, the lift balances the weight, which is shown in that figure. And in order for you to move forward, you have to have thrust, and that thrust comes from the engine. And that has to balance the drag, and that's how you're able to maintain flight. So one of the first things the first experiment I worked at NASA, and first of all, I should say as a research scientist, there are basically two classes you could get into. You're either going to be a theoretical a person or an experimentalist. I'm an experimentalist. So one of the first things I did at Langley was to do a experiment, and it was done in this Mach 3.5 supersonic low disturbance tunnel. Now, I don't know how many of you know exactly what a wind tunnel is, but it's a facility that blows air, and you could have small models in the aircraft models or whatever, because before we attempt to fly anything, we have to know how the behavior to see if our mathematical models actually match the behavior we expect to see. And so this is the supersonic tunnel. And I'm not sure how many of you know exactly what supersonic means, but as I'm talking to you, it takes a certain time for the sound waves to reach your ear. And that's called the speed of sound. So in this room, it's about 760 miles an hour. So if you yell and there's a wall downstream, you can hear the echo, and that's because your sound travels, hits the wall, and comes back to you. So a lot of times we talk about Mach number. If we say it's Mach 1, that's relative to the speed of sound. So the vehicle is moving at the speed of sound. So Mach 3.5 means we're moving at 3.5 times the speed of sound. And then the picture to the right is the actual facility back in the 90s, and that was one of my early mentors at NASA. And then the model lower down is actually one of the early models I tested in my career. So I don't know how many of you have seen Hidden Figures, the movie Hidden Figures. Great. Okay. So these are actually the two of the ladies, that Katherine Johnson and Mary Jackson, that were actually the movie was based on. And I actually knew both of them. They retired just before I started working at NASA. And we were all involved in an organization that did a lot of outreach to students like yourself. And the picture to the right is just where Katherine Johnson, who is sitting, she was in her 90s then, and I'm about 2 away from her. But we had a celebration for her. It was honoring her with a bench. So after being at NASA for about 4 years, I decided to go on to grad school. So I went to MIT to work on my doctorate degree in aeronautics and astronautics. So that was a nice experience, a challenging experience, but enjoy it all the same. So here are just some photos of me with, family members. And the photo to the right is actually what's called like a hooding ceremony, and it's something that's done typically when you get a PhD. So it's like a special ceremony just for those students, and typically what we call your advisors are there. So that was my experience, and I basically took a sabbatical from work so that I could do that. And at that time, NASA had a really nice program where we would be on full salary and still be able to go and complete our degree. So what I want to talk to you about here is what we call X-planes or experimental planes. And NASA has always done these experimental planes going way back for like first flights and supersonics and so forth. So right now NASA has 2 X-planes, and these are just artistic renditions. The first one on the upper left is what we call Maxwell, and this is an electric plane. So this is supposed to help with the emission issues. The lower photo is actually what we call X-59, and it's called Croix. So this is really to produce a low boom with the long nose. And when I say a low boom, if a plane flies above supersonically, you'll hear this loud noise, boom. And in some cases, it can shatter windows. So that's why we don't have supersonic flight over land. And this is supposed to demonstrate that we could make this like a thumb so that in the future we could have supersonic flight. So how do we actually go from a concept to a real plane? Typically, we build mathematical models. We develop a lot of what we call these models, and then we put them in wind tunnels. We test to see if our mathematical models actually agree. And then once we have enough confidence to build a prototype, we go to the next step. And this is actually the prototype that's being built by Lockheed Skunk Works. It was actually at this point in Texas doing some structural testing. So hopefully later this year, we're going to have some testing done on it. It would actually be flight tested later in 23. So these are just, 2 activities out of a number of activities I've been involved with over the years. The one in the left was actually a test I was leading at NASA Langley, and this is in what we call the National Transonic Facility. And we were actually in the test section, so this is actually a fairly big tunnel. On the right is actually right below it. You can see a little what is supposed to represent a wing. Right at the bottom of this is an F-15V. So this is at Armstrong in California. And here we were testing this wing under this airplane. So when the airplane was taken off, which is the lower figure, you could see the little test article below. And this test was conducted at Mach 2. And so in most of my career, my work has been involved in high-speed work. And when I say high-speed, meaning supersonic or hypersonic. And so I just wanted to give you some oversight as to some of the, the high-speed stuff that have been around. I don't know, most of you are not old enough to maybe know what the Concorde is, but the Concorde stopped flying in 2003. And that was one of two commercial supersonic airplanes that flew. But it was not economically viable. So that's one of the reasons NASA is trying to work on Quest 59. This one is one of my favorite planes. This SR-71. We call it a Blackbird. It is a high altitude, long range reconnaissance vehicle that was mainly built for the military, and that flew at over Mach 3. So this was a test that was conducted at as part of work at Langley, and it's called the X-43. So there's a rocket that's mounted on that B-52. That rocket is released, and then this X-43 took off, and that flew at about Mach 10, actually Mach 9.6. So that's actually hypersonic. And then these are just some awards that I got over the years, and this is just in wrap up. So as I said, I mainly did aero program, but the two awards on the upper right, on the top, were actually for some work I did, to support the space program. And this was after the second shuttle crash. I was involved in what we call a return to flight to try to bring the shuttle program back online. So basically, in closing, try to reinforce some of what was said earlier. Whatever goal you have in life, just work hard towards that goal. Don't get distracted. And there's going to be failure sometime, but there's no reason for you to stop. And try not to get sidetracked, and take whatever opportunities you have that others may provide, and look for mentors and role models, and work with that. So I really appreciate the time talking to you. Thank you.
Good morning again. So I hope you're enjoying our activities. Again, my name is Ms. Chanas. I'm a outreach and research specialist with the University of the Virgin Islands College of Math and Science. So we've heard a lot about what the professionals are doing. We know what people from our community, where they went to school, and how they work with NASA, right? But what about you? Let's get to the important part. You're here all about you, right? How you can get to college, how you can take advantage, and maybe even someday become a NASA intern with Dr. Morris, or become a NASA scientist. For those of you who are like me that don't like science, there are lots of ways to get involved in NASA. And so we're going to talk to you a little bit about traditional pathways for STEM, and then we're going to talk a little bit about the non-traditional pathways, such as accounting, the business community, graphic arts, etc. So before we get busy on a panel where you can begin to ask questions of the people that you've heard from this morning, I want to share with you an internship opportunity through my area in the College of Science and Math, and how that helps support this event and my students' pathway to the Virgin Islands. So without further ado, I want to introduce you to Fernando Silva. He's a Brian, as am I, but we don't use those last names. So for those of you who are wondering if we're local and embedded in the community, we are. We're both 5th and 6th generation. I can only count back 5. My family's probably been here 12, but where I came into that picture is about 5 generations back. Without further ado, Fernando Jr. will share with you his pathway to the University of the Virgin Islands and his experience with NASA. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina, and good afternoon or good morning to everyone here. Like she said, my name is Fernando Silva. I am a 6th generation Virgin Islander. Graduated from St. Peter and Paul Catholic School and got my degree in civil engineering from the University of Massachusetts. Since then, I have been a health and climate intern under Miss Christina, as well as an environmental monitoring technician in conjunction with UVI and DPNR. So I was introduced to this NASA outreach program a year ago, 2022. It was online then, but as I was still on my senior year of college, I decided to watch it online via Christina. It opened my eyes to a lot of opportunities. I wasn't sure if I was going to move back after college, even though I really wanted to. But realizing the opportunities I had here, it reaffirmed my want to move back home. It's given me an opportunity to work with not just UVI, but with NASA and other partners, federally agencies. And like I said, I was an intern, or am an intern still, so that means doing a lot of work for not a lot of money. But the experience you gain, the work experience and knowledge gained is invaluable in moving forward. Since I started interning with UVI, I've had the opportunity to assist on multiple environmental projects with local and federal agencies, such as the NOAA Drought Report, which goes out for the drought report for the Virgin Islands. I was able to assist USGS water demand study for agricultural water use here locally, as well as assist the National Weather Service in installing their big weather stations here locally on all 3 islands. The big project I've been working on in conjunction with UVI and DPNR is the environmental monitoring program that allows us to keep track of all the microclimates we have here. Like you've heard people say, it's raining at your house, not at my house. So we can't take the climate as a whole. We have to do it piece by piece. And through all of these projects, I've been blessed to have the opportunity to potentially work at DPNR as a junior engineer. I just wanted to show that this outreach program does help. The opportunities, if taken advantage of, do provide a career pathway. And I know that all of you here, if interested, can do what I've done, if not better. One important thing I wanted to mention is the Department of Labor's Summer Employment Program is how I got started in this through Christina. It is a very, very good program. It will get you in contact with everybody that you need to. And I hope that you take the opportunity to talk to all of the speakers and Christina, Dr. Morris, if you have any questions in regards to experience like I've had. About that, I thank you.
To have folks share with you their careers, their expertise. Dr. Morris, you want to come up? Can you bring a chair? So as we wait for everybody to get ready, can we have a big round of applause for the NASA live stream? Folks who are sitting over here working really, really hard to put all of your beautiful faces on the NASA live feed. For those of you who don't know, this is our very first year doing that, so we're very excited to showcase all of you from Ivana Eudora Ken, from Charlotte O'Malley High School, and from the Adelita Cancrine. For those of you who are watching online, this is the annual UVI annual NASA outreach event taking place at the ACC in the beautiful Virgin Islands on the gorgeous island of St. Thomas. Just a shout out to all of our E4USA colleagues. It's cold where you are and it's 80 and balmy, so you should want to come to the beautiful Virgin Islands and the University of the Virgin Islands to pursue degrees in STEM and physics. So very quickly, I want to introduce my colleagues to you. I want to start with Mr. Fullwood and Dr. Morris, if you could just raise your hands. So Mr. Fullwood, Dr. Morris is from the physics department, or physics area within the College of Science and Math. We have Dr. King, so for those of you from Ken, he's your guy if you have questions. Dr. Morales is in education, so anybody wanting to become a teacher, like the ever amazing Ms. Revellier, Ludwig, Dr. Molinar, and our ever amazing and dedicated Ms. Penn from the Athletic Handcry. Please reach out to either your teachers or to him, and then again, our intern. So I want to start with Mr. Fullwood. What was the hardest part about your degree?
Well, actually, one of the hardest parts was I was at the University of Marching Band. Can you hear me? So I'm like two. So it's really kind of balancing my time between, my scholarship and my classes that I had, especially for mathematics, calculus 2, physics 2, differentiation equations, and things of that nature. So having a good view and balance. So having a good schedule, sticking to the schedule, and being focused.
Awesome. If you have a question, if you wouldn't mind raising your hand and or walking up to the mic. Do we have any questions from the audience? Is there anyone that would like to ask a question? No, not yet. Don't be shy, guys. Okay, so we have a question for Miss Ashley. Those of you might recall, she is, oh, we need a chair. We'll get one more chair. Okay. So Miss Ashley, we would like to know the non-STEM degree pathway. What made you decide for communications to go into science communication, and how did you end up at NASA?
All right. So, like I mentioned earlier, I'm in communications, but I didn't start there. So I am from Titusville, Florida. It is a small town outside of the Kennedy Space Center. First generation college student for my family. Never thought I would be able to work for NASA. Just didn't think it was in the cards. Just never considered it growing up. I was actually a dancer. So that was my passion. I went to college in Miami, Florida on a dance scholarship. While I was dancing, I had a knee injury. And at the time, that was kind of like career ending as a dancer. So I had to figure out, what do I do next? This was my passion. This is what I was going to do. I want to be a dancer. And I can't do that anymore. I have to have surgery. I have to have, 6 months of physical therapy. Hopefully I'll be able to dance again, but I've just lost my scholarship to college. So I actually moved home, did some thinking. I ended up going to the University of Central Florida. I have bachelor's in finance and business management, and then I stayed for a master's in business administration. While I was working on my master's, I started as an intern with NASA. They came to my school, similar to what we're doing today, and they came and talked to our classes, and they told us how we can apply. And so I did follow through. I applied, and I became an intern. Once I finished my degree, my internship turned into a full-time position in contracts. So this is more on the finance business side. So I helped negotiate contracts for the government. On the finance side, we add the money to it and how we pay contractors for work for building things like the Space Launch System and helping to build some of the things you see behind me. So I worked in contracts for a while. It was a great job. It wasn't my passion though. So I made my way over to the communications side, even though I don't have a communications degree, but I just realized this is where I need to be. This is what I love to do. So I've been with NASA now over 10 years in communications. We get to do all kinds of really fun things. It's different every single day. So we get to do events like this. We have graphic artists on our team, so they design some of these graphics. We have people that work in social media. Their whole job is to post on the NASA Facebook, Twitter accounts, YouTubes. Their entire job is social media, which is kind of crazy because a couple years ago that wasn't a job. So things are ever changing. We have speechwriters. They write things for our management to go and talk to Congress. We have people that put together presentations, anything that you could think of, little goodies that you guys are going to get today. And if you come up and ask a question, you get a bonus goodie, a patch, an Artemis patch. So our team gets to design these products and order them so that we have them for you guys when we come here. I also want to highlight, I mentioned kind of the business and the communication side. Behind the scenes, we have Lester Morales. He's over here behind the scenes. He's our public affairs officer. So another group that works where they interface with the public, things like this, putting on a TV production, media, helping to facilitate interviews with our engineers and the media to help share our story and what's happening at NASA. So there are lots of careers, both STEM and non-STEM. So I don't want anyone to feel discouraged, like there's not a place for them or they don't have the right skills or the right passion, because you never know. Like myself, I started 10 years ago as an intern, and I could never see myself leaving NASA, and I absolutely love it.
Great, thank you for that. All right, so Dr. Morris, what makes a great UVI candidate for the physics program? And second part of that, what makes a great NASA pathway intern?
Yeah, fantastic question. Thank you, Christina. And thank you, Ashley, for that great overview of all the things that you can do at NASA, whether it's STEM or in another field. And that ties into the question that Christina just asked. You asked what makes a great physics candidate, right? Whether you think, I'm going to venture to say that probably few of you in the audience right now woke up this morning and said, great, I'm going to get to go to UVI today and talk to a physicist. I always wanted to be a physicist. Is there anybody out there that thought that this morning? I was gonna be really excited if there was, but that's not a thing that I did when I was your age, right? It's not a usual dream that people have, that I'm gonna be a physicist, or I'm gonna be a chemist, or I'm gonna be this, that, or the other, right? So we're not looking for you to come to UVI. It's great if you do and you want to sign up to be a physics major, your day one. What we're interested in is, are you interested in, do you like science and math? Do you find this kind of stuff cool? Right? Why'd you come today? Was it just to kind of get out of class, or did you want to hear what NASA was about? Did you want to hear maybe about what some of the science opportunities at UVI are about? That curiosity is what makes a good student. Right? You may not end up as a physics student. Maybe you'll end up being a math student, or a chemistry student, or a biology student, or maybe you'll switch gears and go into communications or accounting. Right? What makes a good student, whether it's physics or any discipline at UVI, is that interest, that curiosity, that wanting to find out what it is that you're going to want to do for the rest of your life. Okay, the rest of your life's a long time. You don't need to know what you're going to do about it now, but UVI or whatever university you end up at is a great opportunity for you to explore, find out what interests you, take different classes, come and talk to researchers that you can do some work with, find out if you like physics or astronomy or chemistry or biology. And if you don't, try something else. You've got time at your university, you've got time here at UVI to try out lots of different things. So what makes a good student is that curiosity, that desire to want to find out what it is that you're going to be good at. And then the second part of the question was, what makes a good intern?
NASA
right?
intern.
A good NASA intern. So now, when we talk about being a NASA intern, now this is a situation where we're going to send you guys off to the US mainland, right? You might be going to Kennedy, you might be going to Langley, you could be going to Goddard Space Flight Center, Washington, D.C. NASA has research centers all over the country. You guys probably have heard some of the folks talking about this. JPL in California. Right? There's every part of the country you can think of, there's a NASA center in it. Okay? So when you go as a NASA intern from UVI, you're representing yourself, obviously. You're representing your family, you're representing your community, you're representing your territory, right? Your university. So what makes a really great intern from our university? Carry that curiosity and that passion with you and show everyone at those NASA centers that you carry that curiosity, that passion, that desire to be a great teammate, team player at this center, to be a great researcher, and to be a great student, right? Student for learning your discipline, but just student of NASA, student of what science is about. Again, it's carrying that curiosity, but also when you're at a NASA center, we want you to represent yourself in our university and demonstrate that passion that you will have had, you've developed being at UVI, you had coming into UVI. We want you to demonstrate that passion to all of those researchers and collaborators that you'll interact with at those NASA centers. And a great way, I'll finish by saying, a great way to start to develop that is to come to UVI and do some research with us. So we don't send you off to a NASA center, you know, your first summer here at UVI. What we do is we train you, right? We'll have you do a research internship at the Edelman Observatory, or you might do a research internship down at the Marine Biology Center, or perhaps with some faculty just on campus, right? And you'll learn, you know, how to use a computer. How do you use a computer to do some science, right? How do you interact with researchers in meetings to express the work that you did clearly so you can share what you've done and how it can benefit the rest of your team that you're working with. So all those skills are things that you need to develop over time. We don't expect you to come into UVI with that. That's why UVI is here. That's why you work with researchers like myself and the others at UVI in doing that. So you'll come to UVI, I hope. You'll get some of those skills, and then we'll send you out to a NASA center, and you'll share some of that with our NASA colleagues.
Great, thank you for that. And for those of you who aren't sure, you can always, when you come to UVI, notice I said when, not if. I expect every single one of you to call us, to come see us, to do a campus tour, to come and hang out in our lab on a Saturday, to go up to Edelman during public nights and take advantage of all of those opportunities. Listen, there's 80 of you in the room. On any given day, we have 30 requests for people that want to take part in our activities. We have limited funding. We have a small slot, numbers of slots for people to take advantage of our opportunities. Guess what? You're in this room, you get to be first. So find me, find Dr. Morris, and come be first. Be the first in your family. Be the first in the Virgin Islands. Be the first at Cancrine to follow Miss Fullwood. Be the first to follow Fernando. A lot of people say that interns do a lot of grunt work. There is some grunt work, I'm not going to lie. But within 3 days, he was up front talking about NASA, working with the Department of Interior, and presenting. This is not a job for the faint of heart. But if you come and you work hard and you're serious, we will help you to become successful. We will help you to get into a master's program, and we will help you get into NASA. Dr. King, what was the hardest part about leaving your beautiful homeland and going to the States, way far away, where everyone is different and unique, and representing all of us back home at NASA?
What was the most difficult? Honestly, it wasn't that difficult. The hardest thing was leaving, you know, my family, and of course getting used to the weather there. So when I went up to Virginia, that was actually, you know, so this is back in 80. That was the first time I traveled to the mainland, and so it was a new experience for me. I remember one day I was my freshman year. I'm sitting in, I think it was a physics class, and then it was cold, but you know, I think I just had a t-shirt on. It wasn't too cold, but then the temperature just dropped, and then it actually started snowing. And I didn't live on campus, so I actually had to run, literally run back home in the snow. But I think the whole experience was different, getting used to a different environment, learning, you know, new people, you know, how to deal with people from different parts of the world. And so it was a learning experience, I would have to say. And then, as I said, I had to get really focused in, you know, when I was in college. So, you know, I basically had to study, and then doing, you know, stress relief would be like playing basketball, doing stuff like that. But all of that was just, you know, a part of it. But I would always enjoy coming back home for the summer and you know, relaxing on, you know, in the warm weather and with family and friends.
Wonderful, thank you for that. So for those of you who would like to be teachers, at this time I would like to ask Ludwig to please stand, Ms. Revellier and your team to please stand, your teachers, and Dr. Molinar and Ms. Penn. Could you please stand? Our teachers, our educators in the room. You see these people? They are your cheerleaders. They are the folks that are going to help you get to the University of the Virgin Islands. And they might give you too much homework, and they might tell you to mind your manners, and they might tell you when you want to play to listen and do the extra assignments. They tell you that not because they're mean to you. They tell you that because they see something in you you don't yet see in yourself. They see promise. They see success. They see a future. So to our teachers, congratulations. Thank you for all that you do. So with that said, I would like to turn over the next question to Dr. Garcia. Dr. Garcia has been with NASA for a number of years, and he works in education and outreach like I do for NASA. So Dr. Garcia, what's the hardest thing to pick, Texas or Christina in the Virgin Islands? I would say it's me, but I mean, I'm a betting girl.
So yeah, of course, Christina. And it's been a phenomenal ride. You know, Christina has done an amazing job here. I love her passion, her enthusiasm, and her energy, and you know how hard she works to bring these education opportunities for the students and for the educators.
So can you tell us what makes a good candidate for a NASA educator to get into the teacher training and the pathway? And then can you also touch on some of the resources that you have available?
Of course. So, you know, sometimes we might be interested in a certain, you know, field, but sometimes we just have a passion for serving others. And if you like to serve others, education is a great way of doing that. You might want to go into the technical fields because you get to work on amazing spacecraft and do that. But if you really want to make a difference, you know, in the community, education is one pathway of doing that. You know, that's where, you know, you have access to, like the folks in the room, you have access to, you know, 30, 40, 50 students, 100 students a year or so. And so you can reach many, 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 many lives that way. Right? So you might have an interest in, for example, it doesn't have to be in STEM only, but it can be in art or in music. And you want to share that passion, talking about curiosity and sharing that passion. That's one way to do it. And that's why I got into education. I saw how important education was for myself and for my community. The only people that, you know, I had that had degrees in my community were the teachers, essentially. And so, you know, I wanted to be one because they had an impact in my life. And so I wanted to make sure other students had that potential or had that opportunity that I had, and I knew education was the way. So if you have a desire to serve others, education and becoming an educator is one of those ways. And so I mentioned briefly during my talk, there are many, many resources out there for educators. You can go to nasa.stem.gov. That's one of our you know, home pages there where you can access opportunities for teachers, and not only for teachers, but also for students. So if you're just curious as to know what's going on, that's one great resource that we have. We also have videos on YouTube. That's another thing. And then we also have all these wonderful student challenges and educator resources as well. So if you, you know, are really passionate about bringing education or NASA, particularly to your students, we have a homepage dedicated for the teachers with lessons, resources, activities, guides, and you know, you can name it. There are so many different ways to get your students involved. But the top of my head, you know, visit that website, stem.nasa.gov, and then we also have the NASA STEM Express, where you can get a weekly email for all things education. So I think those are the great resources that we have for the teachers. And then lastly, I'll touch upon during our teacher talk later on, is that we just created a teacher community called NASA Connects. So you get to connect with teachers from across the world and talk about NASA, share resources, and have a constant conversation, not only with educators, but sometimes we have subject matter experts like my colleagues up here that do virtual connections with teachers, and you can live stream that to your students. And so, you know, we had Jose Hernandez. I'm not sure if you all know Jose Hernandez. I know Ms. Chanes does. You know, he was the first Mexican-American astronaut in space. It took him 11 times. He had to apply 11 times before he was selected by NASA to become an astronaut. And that's where we could talk about persistence. So we want to have conversations, if you want to have connections, live connections with folks like that, NASA Connects Community for Teachers is one way of doing that.
Great. And for those of you who don't know, he was monolingual, meaning he did not speak English when he came here. He was a migrant farm worker, so he picked in the fields early in the morning, went to school, came home, picked in the fields again, and then did his homework. We do have for you today, I believe, a message from the first Native American female at the International Space Station, Miss Mann, which you'll be seeing later this afternoon. I want to defer over to my colleague who cannot speak because he is actually running all the boards, but television, broadcasting, anybody that's interested in communications, the University of the Virgin Islands has a very good, very important, and very impressive communications program. For those of you who may remember the UVI radio station, now it's online, but folks that are involved in that, it's very important to have people who understand science communication and science literacy. So using your words, using them correctly, using them in science, and be able to explain to other individuals who are not scientists, but the general public like ourselves, and to get them to understand. So there's all kinds of ways that you can do videography, graphic arts, broadcast, as Ashley mentioned, straight communication, speech writing. You can do social media posting. You can do newsletters. You can work with the education team. I would know all these things because in my real life, I'm a recovering journalist by nature. So I spent 15 years in the print market doing news and magazine writing, and then the advent of the internet went a little bit global before I came here. So if you can think it, there's an opportunity for you to do it. But it all goes back to that initial drive. Someone like Dr. Morales actually started in the seat where Dr. Garcia is. And with all things in jobs and careers, you can change, you can redirect, you can be mid-career and decide you want to do something different. So right now, Dr. Garcia is literally running the world for NASA on the Facebook and YouTube pages, along with our esteemed colleagues, Phasia and Marcus, who work for Reichhold at the University of the Virgin Islands. So remember, dream big, come to us, let us help you. When you come to UVI, if you tell us that you came to these programs and you have a genuine interest, you've got a 3.0 GPA, and you're in it to win it, we will help you. When you come to UVI, we will find funding for you so that you can be paid in part to intern and go to school. And for those of you, how many people in this room are over 14? Anybody want a summer job? VI Department of Labor right now, if you go online, I'll have packets for you. Please sign up. Ask to work, volunteer at the museum. You can be paid to do that. Or at the observatory. Ask to volunteer at UVI CES. Ask to volunteer at I lost my train of thought, at the College of Science and Math, and we will sign you up. We will give you opportunities. If you would like, at lunch, you can sidebar with Dr. Morales, who can tell you about NASA internships. He has 13 right now that folks can apply for. So if you can think it and you can dream it, we can make it happen. In closing, we have 2 minutes. Does anybody in the room have a question? Teachers? Yes, Dr. Morris.
More of a comment.
Oh.
I don't want to step on anybody's question. If there is a hand out there, I'd be happy to answer any questions. But I just wanted to tag on quickly to something Ms. Chanis was just saying about your opportunity to find your pathway at UVI, right? One of the things that I love about UVI, you heard from Dr. Hall earlier, a little bit of my story. I've been here for 11 years now. And I came down from a different university, a much bigger university than UVI. And one of the things that I've always found incredibly fulfilling for me as a faculty at UVI, and I think incredibly powerful for you as a student coming to UVI, is the individual attention that you're going to receive when you come here. When you come to UVI, you probably know that there aren't that many students at UVI, right? So you're going to get to know me. If you're a physics student, you'll get to know me. If you're a chemistry student, you'll get to know Dr. Letesky. If you're a biology student, you're going to get to know Dr. Stanford, right? You're going to get to develop real personal relationships with faculty at UVI who are going to help you find internships, like Ms. Janice was saying. Who are going to help you find your academic pathway, right? If you go on eventually to graduate school, they're going to help you find a good graduate school for you, right? They're going to help you do all of these things. So in a way that I don't think happens at a lot of other schools, perhaps some other HBCUs, because they oftentimes have this characteristic of very personalized attention, but it's definitely true at UVI. You get a personalized experience. Certainly you have to come and find us. If you hide, we may not be able to find you, but if you want to come to talk to one of us, that's what we're here to do, right? That's what the faculty at UVI, why we're so passionate about being at UVI, is for that interaction that we have with you. We know it's powerful. We've seen students come through and have great outcomes, and we're always looking to partner with new students to find what your outcome is going to be. So please come to UVI. Please come see me or other faculty. This is why we're here, and we'd love to help you guys find what it is that you're going to do for your future career.
Perfect. As we close out, we have one question. It's a virtual guest question for Blue Nova. I hope this is an E4USA question. How do I know if a NASA internship is right for me? Ashley?
So there's lots of different internships. I would just say be open to the experience because you never know. I ended up working in an area that I didn't think would be right for me, but just being open to different experiences. One of my mentors once told me, take any opportunity that comes to you. If it's a project that sounds scary, if it's something you're not too excited for, just dive in and go for it because you never know. And that's led me to a career that I really do enjoy. So I would say be open to experiences because you never know, it could be right for you.
Exactly. And remember, as we get ready to close out this session for this morning, ask your teachers, start with your teachers. They will know everything about you and your personality, and they'll be able to help guide you. They are navigators for you to get to us, to get to Dr. Morris, to get to NASA. It's all a pathway. Believe in your path. Believe in your ability to do great things. People are not going to tell you how smart and how brilliant and how beautiful you are. Let us do that. We know what you're capable of and what you can do at the University of the Virgin Islands and with NASA, with Dr. Morris. So as we close this out, we want to thank you, and we'll be back after this.
Good afternoon. My name is Janaida Lima. I am in 8th grade and I go to Adelita Concurrent Junior High School. My question is for Mr. Fullwood. In the process or mission in getting humans to the moon, where did the NASA team or engineers come up with the terminology of Artemis? You guys are the worst.
Do we know how to work with our speakers? We know how to raise our hands? Okay, I think we're going to
Yeah, I can answer that one. Great question, first of all. So Artemis is the twin sister of Apollos. Apollos was the last vehicle we decided to go with.
Artemis, how much money was spent on equipment and power?
Equipment and power, it has to be big. You know, I've been working on this. Another great question.
Let's give our colleague all of this
Good afternoon. My name is Kellyanne Henderson. I'm in 11th grade. I go to Ivana Yadurican High School. My question is, when looking for a job at NASA, what jobs can you find under medicine?
Oh, that's a Dr. Morales question.
So I did go to medical school myself. I finished medical school. I went and I trained in the UK for a couple of years, came back, and I didn't like the US how they practice medicine. So I left the medical field in 2005. And so then I went into teaching. But if you like to do something in the medicine, whether it's nursing, doctor, any sort of practitioner in that sense, every NASA center has a clinic that is run by doctors and nurses. So you can work at any of the NASA centers. Also, if you want to work with the NASA astronauts and be the medical doctor of the NASA astronauts, you will have to be trained at Baylor College in Texas. And they are the only institution that can train medical astronauts. And so, and then you get to work at Johnson Space Center where the NASA astronauts live. That's where they are. So anything dealing with the human body, you will go and study and work at NASA Johnson Space Center because they all are related with NASA astronauts. Their physiology, their physical fitness, all of that. Every research on the astronaut is done at Johnson Space Center. Any other life science research is done in many other NASA centers. But the lead center for life science research is Ames in California. Human life science or human physiology is done out of Johnson Space Center. So you can still be, I have an MD, and here I am now running a studio show for NASA live stream in NASA YouTube. So again, it's an adventure, like I said earlier. If you're out for that adventure, please get on the bus, get on the boat, get on the plane, or get on the rocket. So, they're awesome.
Thank you, Dr. Morales. Okay.
Afternoon. My name is Malik Francis. I'm in the 11th grade. I attend the Ivana Yudarican High School. My question is, what are some of the requirements that are needed to become a mechanical engineer for the NASA for maybe future young engineers out there?
Well, I guess if you're in a STEM program, you want to have a good background in sciences and math. So I would recommend, you need to go to a university that has mechanical engineering, and there's something called ABET accredited. At least when I started, NASA would not hire you directly from a bachelor's degree without coming from an ABET accredited university. So that's the accreditation board for engineering and technology. So whatever program you decide to go into, make sure that the School of Engineering is ABET accredited, and you need to study engineering, so mechanical engineering, and then while you're in school, just like the discussion that they're talking about here, you want to apply for internship programs. And, there are a number of, there's a pathways program that NASA offers, there are different internships. So those are opportunities. So I've had a number of students over the years. And when they come there, most of us would give them the opportunity to go and look at different areas so they could see, okay, they may not like the area I'm working in, but they may like an area that another group is doing, but it gives you the exposure to see what mechanical engineers do, because what we do as mechanical engineers is a really broad spectrum. You can do structures, you can do fluid mechanics, you can do even avionics. There's just a whole host of things you can do.
My name is Kalisha Demin. I'm in 11th grade and I currently attend Ivana Durkin High School. My question is, for people who have disabilities or any medical conditions, is it harder for them to get a job at NASA? Mm.
I can just say so briefly from that it's not an issue. Have people the agency is normally accommodating for. So typically it's not an issue, but I'm someone else can speak.
So every NASA center has an office dedicated to attend to the needs of all the employees, including any disability. And they provide assistance, access, training, all of that. And they also train us. They also train us because I've worked with colleagues that are blind, that are deaf, that are in a wheelchair. It doesn't, that physical impediment does not preclude you from doing your job and from working for us at NASA. So that shouldn't be something that you say, oh, I can't work at NASA because I have this. No, you can still do it. NASA makes the necessary accommodations for you to still work and be a successful professional at any of the NASA centers.
Excellent question.
Good afternoon. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Evan Jensen R. Gape. From 11th grade in Charlotte O'Malley High School, and I have a question for you. What role does physics affect on NASA's, infrastructure and the things you work on a daily basis?
I can take that one. Physics that's the way the world works. It's instrumental in everything we do, especially at the Space Center when we're rising heavily. A lot of the engineering at the Space Center in terms of things like launch release subsystem. Launcher attaches to the loads that the vehicle imparts on the structure. All of those things have a very high degree of physics that are ingrained in everything we do in the space. Ashley just talked about the crawler transporter, how much weight that behemoth of a piece of heavy equipment is carrying down the crawlway and up the pad slope to prepare for launch. So all those things have a lot of physics involved. And, as I said before, it's instrumental in what we do on a day-to-day basis. A lot of math, a lot of the sciences are involved, lots of calculations, lots of data processing.
all of that is heavily involved in our day-to-day activities when we're prepping for launch.
Seal Penn. I am an 8th grade science teacher at the Educator, Croix, intermediate and junior high school, and also the department chair. So the question I'm going to ask is because, you know, Ms. Ravalier will tell you that I always say that I am the advocate for children in the middle because there's so many programs for high school students, but when it comes to my little babies, they're left out. So what internship program does NASA have for my students? Do they have any programs at all?
That's a great question, Miss. And the age requirement for most of these programs and internships are 16, but every now and then there are competitions, there are challenges that are eligible
T-minus 1 minute.
for 8th graders. I know that there are certain challenges, rover exploration challenges, engineering design challenges that are open for middle school students. It just depends. But primarily, like those internships that kind of like prepare students for a career at NASA usually start at 16. But you know there are grant opportunities that educators can get to bring resources into the classroom. So, for example, maybe your students can get an internship.
T-minus 30 seconds.
But then you can apply to receive grant from NASA to implement robotics in your classroom, engineering design practices in your classroom. So we have that for students. So even though you might not
We are
have,
go for launch.
the amount of internships we would like to see at young students, but we do offer a lot of
T-minus
supplemental
10,
resources for educators
9,
to ensure
8,
that we can
7,
prepare them
6,
adequately
5,
when trying
4,
to apply
3, 2, 1.
I will help at math labs. I attended the math labs after class. And I continue to do this even into college. I continue to go to the math labs. I seek out little shortcut equations to help me. It's just a constant struggle. You have a desire to work in a particular field, but you may not have that particular skill set. You just got to continue to work hard at it. I took physics. I took calculus, 1, 2, and 3 differential equations, and I wasn't even good at it. But I succeeded. I got a B. I did great. I was happy, but it took a lot of effort. So you just got to keep going and don't give up. You fail once, take it again and take it again until you succeed. But don't say that career is not for me just because you can't pass math. Just keep on going.
Hello, I'm NASA astronaut Victor Glover, coming to you from the Johnson Space Center. I want to thank Dr. David Hall and the University of Virgin Islands faculty, staff, and students for inviting me to share a few words and for working with my NASA colleagues to plan and organize this week-long event, returning to the U.S. Virgin Islands for those in person and for those that we are connecting with virtually. Here at NASA, we continue to advance the research and technology to return humans to the moon. We are still pushing forward with plans to send the first woman and the next man to the moon under NASA's Artemis program. No human has set foot on the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972. So the possibility of landing on the moon is incredible. Artemis 1, the first integrated flight test of NASA's deep space exploration systems, which include the Orion spacecraft, the Space Launch System rocket, and the exploration ground systems there at Kennedy Space Center in Florida, launched on November 16th of last year and traveled a total of 1.3 million miles to the moon and back. After a 25-day mission, the Orion capsule successfully splashed down on December 11th in the Pacific Ocean. It is now back at the Kennedy Space Center, where it's being tested and studied. It's getting ready for the next mission, Artemis 2, which will take our astronauts to the moon and back, and it will be here before we know it. Growing up, I was inspired by a space shuttle launch to dream of one day leaving the Earth. What a thought. And prior to joining NASA, I had the honor of serving as a U.S. naval officer and aviator, where I committed to a life of learning and servant leadership, and also fed my passion for aerospace, test and evaluation, and exploration. And now, as a NASA astronaut, my hopes are to inspire the next generation of leaders and explorers, to educate and advocate for human space exploration, and to elevate and highlight the teaching profession and its importance to a peaceful and civil society. As you learn more about NASA and all that we do, I challenge you to put yourself in our space shoes. Pretend that you're a NASA astronaut aboard the space station right now. Trust me, it helps. Before signing off, I want to give a shout out to the teachers, faculty, students, and staff, and all those nationally and internationally who are joining us from as far away as Hawaii, Tennessee, the Caribbean, South Africa, India, and Scotland. Thank you all for inspiring the future. And finally, to the student presenters from Cancreen Junior High School, All Saints School, Gift Hall, and Brentwood High School, thank you for sharing your vision and science with us. You brighten our future.
About all the great things that NASA's doing, right? And so here in this second half of today's session, what we want to do is to hear more about the engineers, and they're going to talk to you a little bit more about their specific focus, right? So we had some great questions earlier. So those folks that are interested, pay attention to these talks, because they're going to be speaking from, the seats. They're the ones out there in the field. They're managing these programs, they're working in teams, they're figuring out solutions to really difficult questions. And so people want to understand, well, what does an engineer do? Essentially, that's what they do. They figure out solutions to really deep, difficult questions, right? So how do you launch people to the moon? You think that's easy, right? No, it's not. It's not something easy, and that's why we haven't done it in over 50 years. Can you think about it? 50 years. In my lifetime, even though you might think I'm old, I haven't seen an astronaut walk on the moon yet. But in your lifetime, in the next couple of years, you better believe it. With the Artemis program or with the Artemis missions, you're going to not only see the next astronaut, but you're going to see the first female, the first woman to step foot on the moon. How's that? So my ladies, I have a 12-year-old daughter, and I want her to shoot for the moon, and I want you to shoot for the moon as well, because now we're living in a time where we're going to get to see young girls like yourself, that are preparing for these, things that were not available generations ago. Okay, so you are right in a prime position to maximize this potential. And so before turning it over to my colleagues, I do just want to touch base, because everybody has questions. Well, what is Artemis? And Mr. Fullwood, he did a great job answering that, right? But Artemis, she's a female goddess of the moon, right? So people are wondering why that name, right? In Greek mythology, we went with Apollo, that sent the first humans to the moon back in 1969, right? And through the subsequent Apollo missions, there was 12 men that walked on the moon, 12. right? And people thought this was going to go on like for a long time. And they have NASA had drafted up these wonderful plans to send humans to Mars already, right? But then funding happened, things happened, and so priorities changed. It was a space shuttle, then we started building the International Space Station, which is phenomenal. So right now, and there are humans orbiting in space. So your entire lifetime, there have been humans living and working in space, right? So you, being so young, you're going to get to see even greater things. You're going to be the ones, like we mentioned, Dr. Morales mentioned, you're going to be on those rockets. You're going to be riding to space. You're going to be building these spacecraft to take humans further than we've ever gone before. And with Artemis, we're going to get to achieve that. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my colleague and friend, Jason McCall-Binns, who's going to tell you a little bit about what he does as an engineer at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Jason.
All right, good afternoon. As mentioned, my name is Jason McCall-Binns. I'm a ground integration engineer working for NASA. I've supported the Artemis 1, various Artemis 1 processing activities and a portion of the launch countdown timeline right before we went into cryo operations. I'm originally from Jamaica. I've always had a deep interest in space exploration from a very young age. Used to go to Melbourne, Florida, which is where my grandfather lived, pretty much every summer. I used to watch space shuttle launches off of his back patio. And that's pretty much where it all began for me. So in high school in Jamaica, went to a school called Jamaica College, and I always focused on the sciences, math, physics, as I mentioned before, because it's it helps me to understand the way the world really works. So I kind of focused on those areas, and then, through high school, I definitely wanted to have a good academic and athletic balance, make sure, to stay fit and everything, both mentally and physically. And then I said, all right, I've got to find a way to work at the Space Center. I've got to get as close as I can to Kennedy Space Center. So I decided to pursue my education at Florida Institute of Technology, FIT. I think they call it Florida Tech now. That's in Melbourne. Went there, I thumbed through their catalog, trying to figure out what I wanted to do with myself. I didn't know I wanted to work at KSC, I just didn't know what. Thumbed through the catalog, I landed on aerospace engineering. I decided, let me go do that. It looked like the most challenging degree at that time. So I picked that, dove right in. I'm not gonna lie, it was very difficult for me, definitely. As Simeon mentioned, math was a struggle for me, throughout the whole thing, but persevered, went through it, got an internship at the Air Force, at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, working as a vehicle subsystem engineer for Delta IV and Atlas V. And I went from there and I joined United Space Alliance on the shuttle program. After that, I spent some time working there as a project manager. We transitioned to a point where we're upgrading a lot of the facilities at Kennedy. Did that for a while, and then I joined Jacobs Engineering on the Artemis program as a systems engineer. And then from there, I joined NASA as a GIE, or as a ground integration engineer, and I've been there for around 3 years. So that's pretty much, in a nutshell, my path to getting here to be talking to you today. I don't know, am I supposed to go next for the integration portion? Actually, no, it's going to be the Fullwoods.
So we launched on November 16 from NASA Kennedy Space Center for 25 days, a 1.4 million miles mission beyond moon and back. And we splashed out in the Pacific Ocean west of Bay of California on December 11. So the program is consistent, we have 3 programs: exploration, ground system, EGS, space, launch system, SLS, and Orion spacecraft. Those are the 3 programs that used to get to the moon. We actually had a video in between here, but I don't see it. Okay, so no video, guys. I'm sorry. So this is the vehicle, the SLS vehicle. And what is the difference we see here with these vehicles? Can anyone guess? The SLS vehicle is the third one. What is the difference here? Funny guess. Okay, so the space shuttle have wings. That's one thing. The SLS is bigger than the previous vehicle that we have. And so the other ones is going to be the SLS Orion Block 1, which is going to be 364 feet in comparison to the 322 feet for just the Block 1 that we have for just the SLS and Orion that we had now as a test vehicle that went and launched. The last one we have will be the Saturn V, which will be 363 feet. So our vehicles are going to get bigger, carry a bigger heavy payloads as they continue to evolve. So our next, I kind of got my charts off. Okay, so the next one we have is the boosters. The booster is a part of the SLS vehicle. We have boosters on each side of the core stage. The boosters are manufactured in Utah and is assembled in 5 segments with the forward skirt, the aft motor. Each booster burns about 6 tons of solid propellant every second and generates a maximum thrust of 3.6 million thrust. The next slide we have, we're going to watch the QM2 footage of the full-scale static test.
Four, three, two, one, fire.
As you see, the aft, the rear, the segmented molding to the case and paint at Northrop Grumman facility. Next, we see the footage for the QM2, which is the qualification motor static test. And near the end of the video that you had seen, we see the nozzle move engineers also test the steering and thrust vector control system during the QM2 test. So the next part of the vehicle that we're looking at now is the engines, the RS-25 engines that power the SLS vehicle. We utilize 4 of these engines versus the 3 that we had for shuttle. The basic engine, the facts on this is that it has 109 thrust versus the 104%. Each engine produces more than 500 pounds thrust for more than 1 millisecond total ground and flight time. A fast fact that we have is 512 pounds of thrust each, or 12 million horsepower, roughly over about 13 Hoover dams. And the RS-25 high pressure fuel turbo pumps generates 100. So that's quite a contrast of this difference. We have the leveraging of the RS-25 boost bucket engines here. And this is the RS-25 hot fire testing happening at Stennis Space Center. The cranes have lifted and then they lowered the engine in the test stand at the SSC. The hot fire test is underway and a massive steam cloud produced from the clean reaction of the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. The engines again are being upgraded with new controllers and engines certified at 512 pounds of thrust each. So the other part of the vehicle that we have is consisted of the core stage, which is the tallest rocket stage ever flown. When completed, the core stage will be 212 feet tall and 27.6 feet in diameter and weigh 2.3 million pounds when fueled. We're gonna see this portion here of the green run. The test had several first-time events for the core stage. Okay, so the video, okay. So the first propellant fills up with the LOX, and then we have the LH2 tanks, and the first end of the flow test of the propellant and other fuels to the completed stage happens. Then the first operation test of flight avionics, then the first firing of all 4 engines together are comprised of that test. So my video was kind of cut off, so you guys won't be able to see the test today. And this portion is going to be for Ken. I'm sorry for the mishap with the videos, guys. Probably next time.
Thank you, Ms. Forward. Why don't you give her a round of applause? Well, her voice is leaving her, so I know she's not feeling well. Well, Ashley talked a little bit about, we have 10 centers in the United States, so we work at Kennedy Space Center, so it's in Florida. So do everybody know what Disney World is in Florida? So if you just go east about 45 minutes, that's where we work at. Just go straight east to the beach. We work over there in that area. That's where we launch the rockets at. So you can be sitting in Orlando and you can actually see the rockets launch all the way from Orlando over by Kennedy Space Center. Okay, so our next chart kind of shows a little bit more detail on where we work at Kennedy Space Center. Here are some of our work locations of our buildings. There at the bottom is the OSB2, the Operations Support Building. It has a shuttle outlined in the bottom of it, kind of out in the grass. That's our walk around. And that's where our engineers sit at, and some of our business office people as well. That's the VAB that you guys just done in the model of. So it's a huge building. And over on the left side, on the right side of the VAB, is the LCC. So have you ever seen, let me see, is it Star Trek? Is it Star Trek? Not really Star Trek. I'm trying to think of a couple movies. But there's a couple movies with the LCC in it. Which one? Armageddon has one in there. So that's the launch control center that you see when all the engineers are sitting at the computers and they say, press the button to go. So that's the building. They're not really pressing the button though. But that's the building where they sit in at and monitor the systems on the vehicle and the ground systems. And then you have the other buildings on the left side of that, which is called the OSB1, another building for engineers. And the other buildings a little bit further back on the left side, that's where we used to keep our shuttles at in those days. But now we have different manufacturers from different companies now that are in those locations. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about the core stage, like Simone did as well. I'm gonna go a little bit more into how we manufacture them and Michoud. That's the facility by Stennis in Louisiana, next to New Orleans. And in that facility, you can see that the tanks are actually designed, the LH2 tank, the liquid hydrogen tank, is designed by taking sheets of metal, probably about 20 feet wide, and bending them like that, like 4 of them, and then you weld them together. And then you weld the barrels together. And then once you have the barrels together, you see the end of the tanks, the white parts, they weld those together. So you have like a big tank now. So the LH2 tank is the largest tank, as you can see. And then you have a inter tank, and it's called an inner tank because it sits between the LH2 tank and the LO2 tank. So it's just the inner part between the 2 tanks. The first picture you see at the bottom is the LH2 tank. It has the inner tank together in the forward skirt, and they're picking it up and they're rotating it up like that. And once they rotate it up, they're going to rotate it back down and bring it together and assemble it with the middle LH2 tank pictures. And then you have the engines that go on with the aft engine section. So once the tanks are on, you bring the engine section on, this big structure, and then you start putting the engines inside of the hole. And those are the engines that Simone just talked about, Ms. Forward. So that's kind of how we build the core stage rocket at the facility at Michoud. So that's the backbone of the Artemis program at this time. this is one of the main vehicles that we will be using. A little bit more. So how do you get then this huge rocket from New Orleans? And New Orleans is all the way down on the left. LA, you see that? That's Louisiana. All the way over to Kennedy Space Center, where the star is. Well, we have this thing called the barge, called the Pegasus. That's a little outline of it up top. It's 310 feet long, and from front to back, and about 50 feet wide. So that means you can hold the whole core stage on it, and it ships down from Louisiana all the way around through the Gulf of Mexico to the bottom of Florida, near Miami and the Keys, and come all the way back up on the east side. Then it goes into right there where Kennedy Space Center is. So that's a long barge, and I think it takes about 2 days or so, something like that, to get from there to Kennedy Space Center. So that's how we ship the rocket, that part, the core stage from the chute all the way over to Kennedy Space Center. A couple fun facts on other parts of the vehicle that we do use that's manufactured as well. The LVSA, which is the Launch Vehicle Stage Adapter, that is built in Huntsville, Alabama, and that is sent down also on the barge as well. So the barge goes up in the middle of Huntsville through rivers. And that is manufactured and sent down, and then that is stacked actually on top of the part that we saw in the forward skirt. After that, you have a little forward ring that's attached to that too. And then you have the ICPS, which is the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Now, I talked a little bit about that earlier because part of that design of that vehicle, that ICPS is like the first picture you see on the left, is going down in the hole, which is going down in the vehicle to be assembled. And Jason's going to have a video of this later on to show you all of this good stuff. But I helped design the propulsion system back in my 3rd year of working for a company with Boeing 18 years ago. And they're still using that same design today to launch on this vehicle here. So the second one that we have is called the OSA, that goes on top of the ICPS. It's the middle one there. See those little black boxes inside there? Those are our secondary payloads. So we have like little boxes, like as big as a shoebox, that 13 different payloads went on this mission for Artemis 1. And it's after the separation of Orion and ICPS, then he had these little payloads be ejected from that location right there. That is the OSA, which is the Orion Stage Adapter. So the Orion then sits on top of that OSA. So it's all integrated together and stacked together. So what would be the next piece to go on top then? Well, the part the astronauts fit in, right? So it's the Orion. So the Orion is a international vehicle, actually, that is merged together and designed. The top part of the Orion is actually designed and built by Lockheed Martin, one of the companies that we work with. But ESA, the European Space Agency, actually did the propulsion side of it. The CM, that's the service module. That's the bottom part of it, where the middle part of the Orion. So that is built overseas and shipped to Kennedy Space Center. So the left part at the bottom is where you see the Orion, and then they put the black parts on there. Anybody know what those black outside shields are called? It's called towels. You know, so you put these towels on, so when it comes back through the space, through the atmosphere, you ever seen that? And it kind of burns real bad. So those towels protects the astronauts and protect the structure of the vehicle as it makes its re-entry back into from space into the Earth. And then you have the service module integrated into the Orion, and then you have that's along with the solar arrays, and that's the picture on the right at the bottom. And then all of a sudden you need the emergency escape system. We call it the LAS, and it sits on top. That's the top picture over on your right. So that is used for just in case if you're on the pad. You ever seen Superman? You saw Superman before, and the rocket was sitting on the pad and it blew up, but the astronauts came out of the top because their emergency escape pulls them from the top of the vehicle, you know, just in case if anything happened on the ground. So that's what it's called. And then you have these little panels go on, and it covers the Orion, called the ogive. All of that is assembled and put together and shipped to the VAB to be stacked on top of the vehicle. And next, we're going to talk about the boosters. Ms. Forward went into it a little bit better than I am going to go into, but they're manufactured in Utah. Each booster has 5 segments on it. So you wonder what's in the booster, right? You ever seen sparkles? You know, like you light and it sparkle up. So just think all of those compact solids of a sparkle it's like gunpowder packed into a really big casing. So each piece is like compact sparkles, compacted together, designed in a way it can work to be one big, huge propulsion system. So it's shipped from Utah on a train, sent to Kennedy Space Center, and you can see the F part here being stacked like step number one. That's what you see at the bottom. For step number one, you have the F, and then you have the motor segment going on, and then the nozzle. You guys have a good day. So this is how the boosters are integrated and shipped into Kennedy Space Center. So our next video is going to be here by Jason. He's going to go through the stacking process for you.
All right, so this is a really cool time lapse. This shows one of the major integration efforts that we have over in the vehicle assembly building. So this is where we're stacking the SRBs, as Ken mentioned. The aft segment gets stacked onto the vehicle support posts on Mobile Launcher 1, followed by the remaining segments. And then we lift the core stage up and over into high bay 3. If you can pause here. So we stack the core stage up and over in high bay 3 and integrate that with the boosters via the attach points. Let's play again. Some technical difficulties. Okay. The online version is going. All right. So let's go to the next slide then. I'm sorry about that. All right. So Artemis 1, the rocket coming together. So how does this huge rocket come together in the VAB? So this slide covers a large portion of the integrated effort as part of what Ashley mentioned earlier, which is the build, launch, and eventual recovery of the spacecraft. This represents everything that we do to build, assemble, and integrate the rocket in the VAB. So we start off on the very left here with booster stacking, as was mentioned before. So the aft section of the booster, it's stacked and mated onto the vehicle support post, followed by the other SRM rocket motor segments, and then the forward assembly. Then the core stage, Ken mentioned it before, it arrives by the Pegasus barge. We offload the core stage and the LVSA. We transport it over to the VAB low bay and into the transfer aisle, at which point one of 5 VAB overhead cranes will lift the core stage up and over to mate it with the boosters. Let's see here. The next step would be to lower and mate the launch vehicle stage adapter on top of the core stage. That's the picture on the very far right, followed by ICPS second stage mate to LVSA and the Orion mass simulator. So once all of those segments are assembled in the VAB, we get into a point of our flow where we begin to do some integrated vehicle testing. It's a very important phase. Lasts around 2 months. Once we get through that phase, we go and we make the Orion stage adapter, and then the final final assembly of the crew module, the service module, and launch abort system. So that's the last piece of the puzzle that, to assemble the SLS rocket. From personal experience, it's an amazing sight to see when you're in high bay 4 and you go up the levels and you can look across at high bay 3 and see the full integrated stack in the VAB. It's an amazing sight to see for sure. Let's go to the next slide here. So now we've got a fully assembled rocket sitting on top of Mobile Launcher 1. What do we do next? In simple terms, we test, and then we just test some more. So lots of testing. In terms of the overall test phase, we have a simple concept. We want to test like we fly, and then fly like we test. And this is of instrumental importance to not only EGS, which is our exploration ground systems where we work, but also for the entire Cross program, SLS, Orion, and everyone. So we have a lot of very smart people that work in these various areas, all of these facilities and these various centers that support all of these activities. This slide shows 7 of the major integrated tests and simulations that we perform in preparation for launch. So starting from the very first one, which is the interface verification test. IVT is basically a test to validate various interfaces going up the rocket and across to the ground system. So for example, we test internal SLS interfaces, SLS to the integrated spacecraft and payload element, SLS to EGS, SLS to Orion, and Orion to EGS as well. So if you think about what an interface is, if you've got a plug and a socket, you draw a dotted line in between, that's what an interface is. So we've got a team of console operators in firing room 1 in the LCC that are able to power up the integrated stack and perform health and status verifications of all of these interfaces. So it's a big effort, very important. We have a few of these IVTs that we perform. As an example, we do have two that are performed before and after the next test, which is the umbilical release and retract test, otherwise known as URT. This personally is one of my favorite tests. For this one, what we want to do is demonstrate that we have nominal umbilical release and retract. So the umbilicals, and you're going to see it in the next video that's coming up, are these arms that attach to the vehicle and provide power, communications, data transfer, commodities, purge, so on and so forth. And what we want to do is verify that we've got nominal release and retract. And we also want to verify that we have nominal vehicle clearance and nominal release loads as well. We also test the launch release subsystems software and any other associated software to make sure that we've got good release timing, and also we've got good mate-demate status indications, which are also visible in firing room 1 on our displays. The next one is a communication end-to-end test. This test gives the launch team the opportunity to test communication systems for the cross program for Orion, SLS, and EGS from the launch control center out to the various centers that you've heard about today. So for example, testing data transfer capability and communications to Huntsville for Marshall Space Flight Center, Goddard in Maryland, Mission Control in Houston, other support locations at Eastern Range, and even tracking satellites like the TDRS satellite, which is a tracking and data relay satellite system. PSET, next one is Program Special Engineering Tests. These are tests that are levied on EGS from another program like SLS or Orion. We do have a couple of these. They can be performed either at the VAB or out at the launch pad. A good example of one of these tests is our core APU, Auxiliary Power Unit, helium spin test. This is where we test RS-25 turbine function via a helium spin start ground support system. Countdown sequence test. This is another very important one. This is where we test out the ground launch software and the ground launch sequencer. So for any of you that are interested in the software world, there's a huge opportunities there as well. Lots of programming, lots of software development. GLS is used to check the health and status of the vehicle while it's out of the pad at predefined points in the launch countdown. The next one is launch simulations. Launch sims give our launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, and the simulation team the opportunity to throw simulated events at our launch team to aid in firing room training, and also to, how do I want to say this? How to gauge the firing room team's response to off-nominal events. So this is like kind of like a video game environment is a good way to put it. There's no actual hardware involved in the field. It's something that we do in the VAB, and we just practice. We do a lot of practicing, going through the count and making sure we can perform adequately when it comes on to time to do launch. And then the last, and in my opinion, the most important test is wet dress rehearsal. So while the vehicle is out of the pad, we perform a tanking and detanking test known as WDR. And this is where we test out the ground cryogenic supply system, along with demonstrating the flight fill and contingency drain operations of the vehicle. So it's a very important test for EGS and the entire CROSS program as well. And we do some other tests there as well. We check the outer mold line of the vehicle under cryogenic conditions, and we do an EMI, EMC, electromagnetic test as well on the vehicle. And it is as close as possible to a launch configuration as we can get from a testing perspective. It's pretty much everything, everything through the entire count, with the exception of actually launching the rocket. And that's all I had for this one. We can go to the next slide. Okay, so this is the video of the umbilical release and retract test. About to play. So what you have here. There we go. So here's the launch accessories and the launch umbilicals being released. This is the LH2 and LO2 TSMUs being retracted into the housing. This is a core stage intertank umbilical release, core stage forward squared umbilical and vehicle stabilizer release and retract. This is ICPS, interim cryogenic propulsion stage umbilical release and retract, and then this is an overview of the entire release. And then this one at the very top here, I mentioned it earlier, this is Orion mass simulator. We did a release and retract of the OSMU, which is Orion service module umbilical as well. So this is one of my favorite test events as well. I worked as a systems engineer for the launch release subsystem, so this one is near and dear to my heart for sure. Go to the next slide. All right, so now that we've built the rocket and we've done all that testing, now we can get to launch countdown. So LCD, for short, it's a 48-hour event that involves a lot of key personnel across various centers and a lot of personnel activities across various locations and centers. At L-2 days, at this point, all of the flight and ground elements are declared ready to proceed with launch countdown operations. So what happens next is that all essential personnel are called to their stations to report to Firing Room 1 and all these other locations to begin power-up activities for the core stage, ICPS, and Orion. At that point, we'd have started configuring our pad systems for launch, which includes preliminary LH2 and LO2 cryo procedures, along with, I do have another one. Oh, IOPSS, the ignition, overpressure, and sound suppression subsystem. We've got this big water tank, gravity-fed system that supplies water to the mobile launcher to aid in that function. So we start filling that tank as well during that period. Fast forward to L-24. This is where the pad is going through a majority of their more critical configurations. For example, we have an air to GN2 changeover, which is what we use to purge the mobile launcher base and the electrical rooms going up the tower. And also we inert some of the cavities in the vehicle as well. We also are going into our final preps for cryo load. We'd also be closing out the Orion hatch. And at this point, for Artemis 1 specifically, we'd have started to rotate the crew access arm. Fast forward at T-minus 6 hours and 40 minutes, the mission management team, they gives their tanking decision, which is where they'll tell us whether or not we're good to go to load the core stage, the core and the upper stage. And then we get to the fun part. Then we get to terminal count at T-minus 10 minutes. This is when Charlie will give her final go, no-go poll to the team and to proceed with terminal count. So if all is going well, we don't have any anomalies or any issues that we're tracking, we get down to T-minus 12 seconds, and then the hydrogen burn-off igniters would light in the flame hole, burn off any excess hydrogen that's in the area. T-minus 10 seconds, the ground launch sequencer that I mentioned before would send a signal to the RS-25s to light. Around T-minus 6 seconds, RS-25s would light. And then at T0, we would have booster ignition, at which point the booster sends a signal to our launch release subsystem, and then LRS generates some T0 signal tags. Those propagate throughout all the launch accessories and the launch umbilicals, and then the mobile launcher tower releases its grip on the vehicle, and we have liftoff. So at this point in the flow, EGS would have completed a majority of their primary function, which is building and launching, obviously with the exception of the recovery phase. And then I think the next slide is going to be a video showing the recovery of the capsule. Not sure if I was covering this one. Yeah. Go ahead and play. Okay, so this is footage of Artemis 1 coming back to Earth after the chutes are deployed. This is in the Pacific off the coast of San Diego. We've got a team from EGS that travels out there. They're part of the landing and recovery team. And these are the PJs, the pararescue jumpers that assist with this operation. We attach lines to the capsule and we pull it into the well deck of a Navy ship that you see here. This is a pretty cool operation. I've never supported this one personally, but I'd love to actually do this. I'm sure us islanders would enjoy this as well. So yeah, this is just more footage of them, our ground ops team, pulling the spacecraft into the well deck, and then from there, we would transport Orion, the capsule, back to Kennedy, and we'd begin flight fuel deservicing operations. I think that's all I had for this one. I'll let you all enjoy the rest of the video. Thanks.
That's pretty cool, huh? Thank you guys for hanging in there with us. I know it's a lot of technical stuff, but it's something good to understand. You know, it's not an easy job. It's a, you know, if you think about it, getting men and women back to the moon and to space is something that's very difficult, and it takes a team. So thank you guys for hanging in there with us. We have just one or two a little bit more slides, but as you exit, you can understand the mission that for Artemis 1, the Orion went around the moon and came back home, and we deployed our secondary payloads. And here's our secondary payloads. So we really enjoyed it for you guys online and for you guys in here. We really appreciate it. And we thank you so much. And as you go, here's some nice and wonderful pictures of what the Orion spacecraft took from space. All right. And after that, another one of our pictures that we did have, what are some cool shots there that we got for possible mission locations for our lunar lander activities in the future? So that was one of the main reasons that the Orion went around the moon, to survey areas in which we could go back and do our lunar activities with. And along with that, our return that you just saw happened just a couple weeks ago. It made it back home. What was inside of the Orion mission? Well, we had a dummy astronaut, we had a Snoopy doll, and from the American Space Agency, we had a little, I think it's a little little doll as well. We have some souvenirs from Apollo that we flew up, and some other interesting little things that we would come back and give the kids that flew into space, that was on this spacecraft. So we look forward to Artemis 2 and getting our human astronauts on it, which they would survey the same kind of trajectory that we just saw with Artemis 1. The Orion, or Artemis 2, will be with humans this time and take the same trajectory. So we look forward to that. So for any questions and answers, please feel free to email in your questions if you have anything, or text us, or not text, but just email your questions, no texting. And we had a really great time here today with the students and with you online as well. But we look forward to coming back again and spending more time with you this week too. Thank you very much, and we will see you soon.